Last off, expert explorer, adept spelunker. New achievements? Weird. Rain. Oh. Okay, so I was just making a scarecrow for each season and forgot about it. Speed B23. Melon. I don't feel like sorting that myself, so here it goes. Spring tokens can stay. I'll pick those up and see. Day 23. I still have enough time for a whole bunch of wheat. I saw on a Reddit post that one mithril helmet again. Sunlight bar. Oh, okay. Iron leggies. Oh. And me stopping to water my crops and it being a little later in the day by the time I get to town. I had another make room. So, yeah, I'm going to get a whole bunch of wheat because you can make animal feed with it, according to Reddit. Three. I can do that. I'll go up one more. And 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, I could just line it up with that, can't I? Give a little bit of time since it's raining and I don't have to water everything. One off. Okay. One off is fine. I never really take the time to beautify farms on the first year. That's usually... like if there's a season where you can't do much, or the second year. And those trees are definitely going to be bothering me though, so they're going to have to go. No fishies. I will probably turn this into a little crafting area. I only have one mithril bar though. That's stone not coal. How many bars do I need for the helm? Good morning, Gabby. How you doing today? 5 more mithril bars. Except 5 of that. One, two, three. 1, 2. Hello, Shakabi. Good morning. How you doing? I am crafting for a daily quest. Good morning. I'm doing good today. Thank you. How are you? And I'm doing alright. I slept in a little bit. Mostly because my stomach was bothering me in the middle of the night. Woke me up early. Lots of trees to cut down. I had a banana for breakfast. Did you get a little nap afterwards? Yeah, I did go back to sleep. And I would be inclined to take a nap later, but I'm gonna go watch a movie this afternoon. Get some breakfast, Gabby, if you haven't already. Have you had dinner yet, Shakabi? Why am I cutting down the trees when I meant to go buy wheat? Movie like a movie at a theater? Yeah. I'm gonna go watch the new Transformers movie this afternoon. I don't admit we need a lot of wheat. So you're both waiting for food. Okay. Please don't forget. Copper leggies, iron leggies. All it does is make me wonder about sword leggies. Sorry, sinuses today. Hey, Alterion. I've been taking Claritin, but the sinuses are still bothering me. Seasonal allergies, so annoying. Has the computer rebooting resolved itself? So I'm growing a whole bunch of wheat because you can turn it into pet food. I did 100 wheat was not enough. Damn. Thankfully, it hasn't happened again yet. Good. I can appreciate a business-minded person. I don't think we were properly introduced. It's not the first time that's happened. Yep, I'm Yan, the best merchant in Sunhaven. What brought you to Sunhaven? I got my start further west, traveled a lot for work. If you ask me, every big city is the same. Same people, same dirty streets, same. But then I heard about Sunhaven and thought, that sounds different. It was a risk coming here, but risk often leads to reward. For me, anyway. Bye-bye. Oh. So it's 120? How's the garden going today? I'm growing a lot of wheat. For pet food. Also for farming experience. I'd be tempted to shorten the days. Except that slows how much time I can spend foraging. Yeah, that took like 120 wheat. Which I will have to remember for the summer season when I go buy more crops in bulk. On the plus side, the wheat is a any season sort of crop, so buying extra of it never makes it go to waste. We'll see. Don't need any of that. Ooh. Bonus exploration. XP. Very nice. Yeah. I was like, how did I have an extra bar? And I remembered I have a perk for that. Do I have the dragon pet in it? No. The dragon pet comes at the end of the season on the 28th. Well, I say he arrives, but I have to go buy him. So I have to make sure I have enough money for that. Freaking allergies. bit lazy and just toss everything in there. Rainbow trouts are new fishies. And I will scurry over to the mines and do some mining because the selling the gemstones has been relatively profitable for me. Like making the juice with the fruit and stuff sells really well, but it also takes a while to process. And I don't feel like making extra fruit juice makers. And I couldn't actually remember how far into the mines I'd gotten. What keys do you take? Mithril keys. Oh, so I should have just gone ahead and melted all the bars. You might be able to go all the way in this stream. I will be trying. If I shift the day down from 40 minutes a day to 30 minutes a day, I could definitely do it. And I like taking that extra time to get all the mining things. Why shorter time can do mine longer? Yeah, we can mine for longer. But if I just want to get to the end of the season and get the dragon, then I can, you know, I can skip a bit of time that way. Although technically I can just go to bed anytime after 5 p.m. and force the day ahead. But you know, mining. Gotta be able to afford the dragon. And I also have to remember water crystals spawn on this level. And remember to craft a better weapon because this one is so slow. Oh. Like, oops, it didn't die. Clear this off so I can see when the key spawns. Mithril adamant. Don't need to track the coal. I mean the stone. Do need to track the coal. And I completely overlooked that water crystal earlier. Zoom. So I did look up the best crop to grow for the summer season. And it said melon. I mean, beyond just the general, you're supposed to grow one of every crop for a season. But the melons are a 14-day crop. And they're kind of pricey to buy off the bat. I don't want to have to hop across the water. At least there's actually some mithril over here. Only the one, though. Some mithril, some iron. I keep wanting to call the, I missed that one over there. I keep wanting to call the adamant something else. I don't remember what else. Because there was another game I used to play where one of the resources was green and an adamant. Maybe back there. Oh, yeah, I suppose I should. No, splash damage. No, I don't like splash damage at all. It's totally not where the next 2 points are going to go. Yeah, it's very nice. There is a magical skill you can invest in that does damage to rocks and stuff, but you know, takes a lot of mana. And I'm not currently hyper invested in having enough mana to really make builds like that viable. I'm just a simple little farmer, despite what Elios thinks. Use mana, that's... Yeah, all the magical spells use mana. I think that's how they compensated for the no stamina. Like I have a fire spell, it takes 3 mana, so that's pretty cheap. But I think the mining skill took like 60, I think. Look at the mining skill tree. Shockwave deals so many 40, 35, and then 30 if you invest in it all the way. Which means I could only cast it like 4 times, 5 times. Which, yeah, eventually that would be, you know, a nice just addition to my mining. No, not 4 times a day, 4 times in a row. Because I have 123 mana right now. Now, I can eventually make mana restoration potions. And then I could just like rapidly mine with that. But I just feel like that's a slightly later game. And I also just want to roleplay as a miner and go all in on the mining skills. Which I'll admit that is something I do on like Stardew Valley. You know, do a run where I do nothing but fish, or a run where I make all my money through the mines. Okay, it's a nice organization, I think. I find the ice area rather soothing to look at. This one slightly less soothing to look at. And I'm just avoiding the lava area forever. I can craft fire crystals, I don't need the lava zone. Gold ore. Alright, for jewelry and stuff. I don't think I need any jewelry unless there's like an advanced jewelry crafter table later. Because I don't recall there being anything better than what I've just like picked up out of chests. Or at least not by a significant amount. Oh. Strong blues will stimulate clear thought, and lighter, soft blues calm the mind and aid concentration. I mean, I suppose ChatGPT is not wrong about that. Except for like these trees, they're just a little too glowy. I would like to yank these crystals and take them home with me though. Give the crystals. It would be pretty and decorative. I don't look forward to needing all the Sunite keys to fully unlock these mines. The ore is being kind of stingy. That was gold, wasn't it? I don't know why I would hop over there when I could just walk around. Hello, Ben. Good evening. How you doing today? We're just wandering around in the mines gathering resources so we can sell all the gems at the end of the day and put toward our dragon buying fund. These toads are a little something. Get the ore. I think that one's just gold ore. And I think this one's far enough mine run. We should do a quick check of the beach, see if any treasure chests spawned on it. As they spawn just like any other forageable item. Oh, yeah, the forageables too. I should see if I can make the jam maker yet, and then maybe that would process faster than the juice. The juice makes a good chunk of money, right? But it takes a while. None of you are ranged. You can't touch me. Hey, treasure chest. 370 gold. Iron bar, copper bar. Nice. Ooh, a second. By the way, a game I played, Idle Heroes, is having an anniversary event this week. Usually from past experience, anniversary was the best event to spend resources that you hoard for months. They totally ruined it this year. Oh, what'd they do? Also, saving my resources for anniversary events never occurred to me. Absolutely terrible event, not even worth putting in any resources. That's unfortunate. Do they usually like put in units to roll for, or just things to grind for. And if they stop appreciating their player base like that, then it might mean that they're coming to the end of their run and just don't feel it's worth it anymore. Or they just got greedy. Extra greedy. All gacha games are greedy. I have more than 2k summon scrolls just saved for the next big events. Holy sh... Wow. That's a ton of summons. Let's do a quick peek over here. Wink. Wink. Now we scurry off to bed. Idle Heroes isn't about the heroes anymore. We need more power-up items. I guess they think no one wants to collect their new characters anymore? Or they've run out of ideas for the characters? I forgot to sell anything except what I had tossed in that morning. A dragon fund. No, it means the heroes are very easy to obtain. All gacha are greedy. I want to defend my game, but I have no energy for debate. Now, I say that, you know, fully aware that I play a lot of gacha. You know, I like gacha games, so. Am I wearing my farming experience rings? Yes. That is so much to water. Don't know if I was thinking that through. Oh, well, at least some of them stayed watered. All the gacha games, even the ones that are just like clothing based. There was so Revenge of Queen, like last week or the week before, I forget which it was. They had a premium outfit, right? It was going to cost $50 to buy it, which, you know, I'm not going to invest $50 into a singular outfit, but it was so tempting because it made the character a cat girl character. And I just really wanted it. But I could in no way justify that. I'll put it like this. Imagine using 2k scrolls just to get the reward that you're supposed to get on 500 scrolls of a previous event. Oh. Yeah, that's bad. Anniversary events are supposed to be the opposite of that, you know. Get good things easier, not harder. Are the player base protesting? I know sometimes a community goes, well, at least it's something. Like, nah, that's how companies like Niantic get away with shitty rewards. You don't know if they have a community? And they probably have a Discord somewhere. Even the streamers didn't get to be the beta test. Bad business move, they're probably losing income so they increase the price, but that just pushes players away from the game. Yeah, agreed. Jam maker. Furniture. Crafting speed of all crafting tables. Thank you. Yeah, when they start doing that, I think it usually means like the game is coming to the end of its lifespan. Repeat customers are more valuable than scamming them once. Yes. That's usually why people are so surprised that Genshin tends to be a little stingy with their anniversary rewards, because so many people, like, we all know that they did Honkai the Third, Impact the Third, and they get much better anniversary rewards and stuff. And like, it's literally a digital currency, so you can afford to be, you know, generous and bring in those people who might otherwise not spend. Because usually if I really enjoy a gacha game, like if I've spent more than 40 hours playing the game, like, I will usually buy something. Because then I'll just treat it like I was buying any other more permanent game. If I have, you know, the extra in the entertainment budget. Have you spent on Star Rail yet? I have not. I have successfully stayed free to play. But it's early days yet. I'd like to try to stay free to play. Because, you know, I'm just a tiny little clover. I'm not a big streamer who could financially recoup any sort of money put into it. So as long as not putting money into the game doesn't alter my enjoyment of what I'm capable of doing currently, then I will remain free to play. I might actually have to start crafting the fire crystals. It takes the coal. Just say it's a tax reduction. It doesn't quite work as well for smaller people. The IRS is kinda... a little more than I want to deal with. Copper legs, iron legs. As Gig says, a valuable business expense. I mean, I used to have a friend who did taxes, but one of the partners in their tax office passed away, and so they just sold the business and didn't have the heart to, you know, to keep up with it. And things like that are a lot easier to do if you're going through if you have a real person helping you with the logistics of it all. Not like little tiny brain clover. Because frankly, taxes involves math, and math is my enemy. It is worse than trees. Handling a business is hard, but keeping itself makes my head hurt. Hello, Fruit Juice. How you doing today? Alright, Shakabi, get those noms. And then, if you're comfortable, share what you're eating after. How are you doing today, Fruit Juice? Hope the day's been going well for you. And I don't know where to put the snowball. There is no saving us. Your day just started. Well, good morning then. Please remember to eat some breakfast if you're a breakfast eater. Oh, who am I giving these items to though? Town Hall. Albert. Alrighty. Yeah, Ben, no escaping the taxes. They will exist in perpetuity just to make my brain hurt. I saw a little octopus plushie. It was adorable. Hello, Bernard. Some of the decorative banners around town are looking a tad tattered. I need to repair them to keep Sunhaven looking shipshape. How can I help? If you can bring me some fabric to assist in the repairs, that would be greatly appreciated. Okie dokie. Fantastic. I'll repay you kindly, of course. And it takes furry silk to furry silk to make a cloth. Hello, Albert. Oh my, this is a beautiful helm. It looks just like the one I wore into battle so many years ago. Thank you. No problem. He gave me a sunite bar. I mean, I could have taken the 2,500 gold and that would have been good too, but you're all the way over there. You can't help brain still loading. That's alright. We just used TurboTax this year. Hey, these actually look pretty nice. You made these? No way. You must have stolen them or something. Whatever, I won't ask questions. Dude. Brain need coffee. Yeah. I'm slowly slipping through a bottle of soda. So price of armor and jewelry. All crafted armor now additionally grants 1, 2, 3 bonus attack or spell damage. Crafted armor now gains 1 to 4 powerful bonus stats. Okay. I don't know what those kind of bonus stats would be, but speaking of someone this morning, he says that he drinks 48 ounces of coffee. Oh. Is he okay? That is, that's a lot of coffee. Turn into Peter. Where is Peter? All the way down at the docks. Okay. I don't quite think being Hispanic protects one from the potential side effects of a shit ton too much coffee. And the peppers. It depends on the kind of peppers. Okay, Big Catherine, what do you need? Well, I've seen how much your farm is growing. I suppose you've gone from being a new farmer to the farmer. If you know what I mean. I don't think you could hide those green thumbs of yours if you tried. Farming's hard work, but someone's gotta do it. Which brings me to here. I need to make a carrot cake, but I only want the best carrots possible. Would you be willing to grow me 25 carrots? It's gotta be big enough to feed a Rabbit Amari family reunion. I'll pay well for your efforts. Thank you. My extended family members will appreciate it too. Do you give me the seeds or do I have to buy them? Gotta buy them. Okay, Kitty wants starfish. Kitty also wants lettuce. Tomatoes and green root. Hello, Emmett. How much do carrots cost? 80. Okay. They can be grown in any season. So... It looks like I can ignore that quest until after the season. The wonders of the internet. You can hear stories that are just yes. Is that the good kind of yes or an oh my god, what are people thinking sort of yes? I do like listening to it. Yes. So both. Okay. I do like listening to Reddit stories myself. Actually, I really liked when Mr. Underhill used to read the spooky stories. You have an excellent voice for reading spooky stories. I don't know if they've done any in a while. Oh, little turtle friend. Let me flip you over. And go pat pat. Authentic green text stories are the best. Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard that phrase used either. Peter, where are you? Green text is stuff like 4chan. Oh. Some of them are wholesome. Peter just teleported all the way over there. What the hell? Dude, how do you move so fast? Don't think I've ever browsed 4chan before. You know that there's a game that broke 4chan. Was it a romance story? I feel like I've seen a video. Katawa Shoujo. Yes, I did see a video on that. You don't browse 4chan, you get them from Instagram. Oh wow, these are really heavy, which means they should be perfect. Thanks a bunch, farmer. Here's your payment. Gigik made a video. Yeah, it might have been his video I saw. Mining. Sometimes when it comes to culture-based this happened on the internet stories, I have to always go back and double check that it's whether or not it's Coley Does Things who posted the video. Did that get you interested in playing Katawa Shoujo? It's free. And it is literally a life-changing game. There's foul language in it, like swear words. Maybe I'll post a different one. It's fine if you post it in the Discord. A night bar. To the loom. You don't like foul language. I try to keep my language wholesome, but I can't make any promises that it will always remain so. It's fine if I do. Okay. My grandmother used to scold me just for words like crap. I'm like, but that's not a swear word. Starfish, not clams. Crap. C-R-A-P. Nope. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello, I lurk. Hello, Zupa. You are always welcome to lurk. Sell the diamond. Sell one of everything just in case. Alright, I was going to check to see if I had any lettuce. Because Kitty wants lettuce. Now that I realize I just have 5, I also think I was growing that for some other reason. Oh well. Hey, Kitty, where are you? All the way over there. Want to know a fun fact? Yes, I do. My starfish! Crimson Clover, you came through for Kitty? You're the best, yeah! Because you came through, I'll tell you. My secret project's a hat. Putting starfish on a hat. Everything is more fun as a secret, yeah. Here, this is for you. Kitty, did you not want lettuce? I need one more lettuce. Rap is an abbreviation for rhythm and poetry. Alrighty. I find that a little odd. Like, where did the A come from? But... well, internet's gonna do what the internet does. Or, not the internet really, language just does that. Okay, 8 days to grow. Sorry, Kitty, no lettuce for you. Okay, I have marred the books and literature channel. Yeah, I need to neaten up the Discord. Be choppy. The fish appearing right as the tree fell on it makes it look like I startled the fish into existence. Here's my fishing pole. I really need to install that mod that lets me know whether or not the museum items have been donated or not. So I can stop wondering. Yeah, the worst that can happen is I have to have a jar of coffee? Okay, I need to go check that out. Anonymous Femi was addicted to drugs, clean for 4 months, was never a coffee drinker. Let's try this. Actually gives me a nice feeling. Nothing much noticeable though. Wait, just make more concentrated coffee. Dump half of a coffee jar in boiling water. Put in a ton of sugar, drink. That reminds me I need to make the meme channel. You're sheer luck, Ben. Reduce difficulty. Yes. Yes. most people I think would be having heart problems from that. Where did my spring tokens go? Are they in the house? They are in the house. I don't even know how to retort. Yeah, most people would not respond well to that amount of caffeine. Take literally one of everything. Let's see what can go into the fishy museum. Little fishy there. Yes, good luck to that guy and his recovery. Like, also I will just hope for the sake of his inevitable that maybe it was made up or exaggerated. These parts, these are part of where Pepe the Frog comes from. Ah, I never knew where Frog Boy came from. Summer fish? Okay. I already have an eggy swimming in. Also, freaking, there's an egg swimming in the tank. Nothing there. Large tank. About half the fish went in. Is this all still part of the large tank? Weather gate. Winter. Fall. We'll check because sometimes fish do weird things. Or sometimes the bundles do weird things with cross seasonals. Hey, frozen tuna. Why am I in the Hall of Culture? I didn't bring... Oh, there was already one there, so it didn't matter. Okay. Wait, that's where the books are. I should have checked the books. Bakra? So I need volumes 2 and 4. Did I give Bernard the fabric? Looks like I didn't even pick up the fabric to take to Bernard. Oops. Sorry, Bernard. You're back from the Navari text. Lucy has informed me of your express permission to view the text, and unfortunately I can't really argue with her. Alright, I'll go get the book and you can take a look. Thank you, Amanda. Yeah, it's my job after all. Alright, here it is. Phew, it is really old. Let's see what it says. Talate sosendora. Lesos teles. Antala bashora. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother with the rest of that. Yep, I don't understand a single word. How about you? I have no idea what this says. I could have guessed as much. Well, it looks like you've went through all the trouble for a book neither of us can read. Isn't that funny? Well, I think it's funny. I really need to know what the book says. Alright, don't lose your hair. I have no idea what this says, but I do know of an elf who lives here in Sunhaven. He's almost always drinking at the tavern. He's definitely not from Navari or anything like that, but maybe you can go find him and see if he's able to make sense of this. It's worth a shot at least. Fishing, mining, and I know the mana orbs are a currency. Yeah. Off to the tavern. Hi-ho. I just realized that the game doesn't reference dwarves. Usually, games that have an elvish race will also have a dwarvish race. Hey, farmer. Since you aren't here to make small talk, what can I do for you? I need some Navaran text translated. Can you help me? Hick. That's awful presumptuous of you, farmer. I think just because I'm an elf I might speak Navari, eh? You know every language spoken by your race? Every race has their different cultures, and Navarians are as different as they come. Where there is tall, there must be short. Yeah, usually. Real secluded, stuck in the old ways, those ones are. Me, my family comes from a quiet fishing village, right outside the great city. What I'm saying to you, farmer, isn't that I can't help you. Sorry to bother you. Unless they're just making, like, the demon race an underground race. So the guy was a bust, huh? Oh well, I guess you tried. What? Don't look at me like that. I helped as best I could. Alright, fine. If you really want to find out what this text says, then there's only one other thing I can think of that would help you. Don't expect this to work, or even be possible, of course. But it's said that there exists a legendary artifact known as the Stone of Tongues. It's an enchanted stone that is capable of allowing those who possess it to understand any language. Sounds ridiculous to me, but it's probably the best shot you have. If anyone knows anything more about the stone, it would have to be someone who has traveled around the world and knows a good deal about rare or expensive artifacts. Perhaps one of those merchants knows. Just don't get your hopes up. Even if the stone exists, what are the odds of someone in Sunhaven knows about it? I think I may know someone like that, actually. Yeah, it's probably Anne. And also, Amanda, how do you lose your glasses inside the library? So that's where those went. I have my backup pair, but they're so scratched that I can hardly see out of them. Appreciate it, farmer. Tiny gold. But we do like the expiration. And I got some relationship points with her. Ask Anne. Back to the tavern. No, not at the tavern. Anna's home. Hello, Anne. Can I visit you? Enter anyway, requires 8 hearts. Ask Anne to spend the evening together, requires 15 hearts. Oh my. Lockpick the door. Or I could just knock. Oh, it's you. Come to chat. What's that? A stone of tongues? Well, yeah, of course I know where it is. I actually purchased it not that long ago at an auction. A perfectly reputable auction, of course. It was quite the investment, so I'm determined to get my money's worth for it once I find a buyer. But really? You need it? For a quest? That Elios the Sun Dragon himself gave to you? Alright, listen. I've seen you around now a few times, and I feel like I can actually trust you. In fact, if you're willing to do something for me, I'll even loan it to you. But... Ian, come back! Fine, I'll go talk to her tomorrow. Maybe. So I've never actually knocked on anybody's door to see if they'll go talk to me, and I was not expecting her to just like, nope, I'm going back in. Missed a chance to spend the evening. 15 hearts is basically max relationship. What was I gonna do? I guess I could check. Plant some trees. Yeah, it requires a lot of relationship program. Is there romance in this game? Yeah. Anne is one of the romanceable characters. If they have locks under their name, it means that you can romance them. I have actually not talked to all that many people. Children. I don't know about children. Yeah, I don't know if they can have children. But I think you need your house upgraded to be able to romance anyone. And like, unless they're willing to do work around the farm for me, I'm probably not gonna bother. It's literally the only reason I married anyone in Stardew Valley. Oh? Bag of kitten nip. Well, you know who that belongs to. No way that's not kitties. I need to go price how much it costs to buy logs. Sounds like that one time Morgan tossed Vilkas at a farm. Yeah. You don't like him? Put him to work. Personal dreams and observation? Who needs them? Who's there? Oh, hello. It hurts to speak. Are you a doctor? I could really use some. I'll go get you some help. I think it might be a little too late in the evening to go get the doctor, though. But like, we've already seen one instance where the choice you made... I remember a Harvest Moon where there's progression between lives. You marry someone, have a child goes up, and then there's a part where you play as the child after a time skip or a New Game Plus. Warm Heart's gone home. See, I remember a game called Kinseed that has a similar mechanic. Knock. Sorry, unless it's an emergency, I'm not seeing patients. Well, yes, with the gate on the monsters. Want to be happy. See you. Okay, literally not letting me tell him about the guy in the woods. Play The Sims, you can play all the generations. Thought it was a cool concept. It is a cool concept. I think it was a concept someone liked enough that they, you know, a whole game based around that. Remind myself to go price. To price the wood, the lumber, because it takes like 3 wood to make a coal, and like 3 coal to make no, it's 15 lumber to make a coal, and then 3 coal to make. I think I'll hold on to that until I can make some sushi. But then it costs like 200 coins to buy a tree. And I have not found a way to remove wallpaper from the wall except just flat out replacing it. Because I got a free wallpaper and I'm like, oh, I'm just going to go see what this looks like. And now I can't take it down and I hate it. The Dragon Fund Miss Crow. Oh no, there must be a way. Yeah, I think I'm hoping that the way isn't just to go buy a new one, because that can be kind of pricey. And these are finished at an excellent time. Buy another wallpaper, maybe you can replace. Yeah, if I buy a new one, I should be able to replace it. But again, money. Because I'm saving all of my money. Do this. Alright. Unfortunately, this the size of this is just slightly off. Also, it costs you know, 60 mana. So it's a little expensive. But I will be... I don't remember if there's something else I wanted to invest my farmer points into, but I'll just... More of that. Body fishies, thank you. Oh. I wonder if I should pick one of those up and put it on the beach. Will it give me other fishies? I'll have to look into crafting a couple more. Now, the good thing to do would go back up here. 12 mana. 12 mana. That is literally most of my mana. R. This just saves a massive amount of time. One, two, three. R. Handy. It is handy. It leaves this edge row because it's a 5x5. And the scarecrow area is like 11 by whatever. Good time saving. If you're playing on a shorter day than I am, would be significantly more advantageous. And the reason I keep the berries rather than turning them into jam and juice is because they do... It's most effective when you first eat them, but they do slowly increase your mana. More mana is good. I wonder if that guy's still lounging in the woods injured. Hello. Step right up, step right up. No need to push, there's plenty for everyone. Sorry, but who are you? Wait, you're the only one in line? I thought there'd be way more customers out this way. Well. I'm setting up a shop here today if you don't mind. You don't, do you? Great, I'll be here all day, kid. Have a look around. If there's anything that's too expensive for you, well, I'll come back around here at the same time, same day next month and you can buy it then. Only the best from Scuzzy W. Bear. What are you selling? Okay, this takes whatever those tokens are. Random vendors. Ooh, 100. It doesn't... Glorite watering can. 19 USP, 22 USP. These cost exactly the same. Why would you buy the Sunite when you can buy the Glorite? Oh. And the same level. Beta 1 cans. Night potion. Air mage. It doesn't actually say what any of these do. A brilliant white potion almost like milk. It smells faintly of tuna and catnip. The worst that can happen is I reset my day. I guess they transform me? Oh! Kitty! Is this a permanent thing? Oh, and it didn't get consumed. It's good kitty meow. Meeny, 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 mo. You say you found an injured person in the forest. Thank you for telling me. I'll get going right away. Health, mana, speed. Well. I wonder if no, it's... So then, some of the other potions sounded like it transforms you into other people. I like an apple pie. Well, there's no harm in accepting the quest, but I don't have any apples. And where are you? Anne's in the shop. And like, I'm a cat and everyone understands me anywhere. Why couldn't you have completed this yesterday? Here's a merchant secret. Keep your good stuff hidden. I have Duke run off into the forest and hide all of my most valuable pieces. He's great at digging, though his memory is awful, so retrieval is always a process. Go out there and find all of my treasure and I'll loan you the stone. Fair? Great. Just search around for any disturbed dirt piles. Doesn't have plus charisma though. No, I'm just a cute little kitty. It is plus cuteness. Yeah. I just love how no one questions us at all. Excuse me, do you have time to spare? I've lost something dear to me. A sword from my younger days as a knight. Do you remember where it was been last? Sure. Let me see. I went for a walk in the forest, the eastern forest, and brought my sword for protection. A monster jumped out of the bush and scared me, so I ran back to town. You ran off without your sword. I suppose it must have unclipped from my belt when I ran. What do you need me to do? If you could check the eastern forest and find my own sword, I'd be very grateful to you. I'll do it. Maybe the other animals in town are human too. Oh great. Thank you, youngster. There's a pet shop, so that would be a little disturbing. Wait, I just accepted this quest. Why is it still... Maybe all of the people are actually cats. That needs to be the sundown equivalent, right? Like none of the people were really people, they were all monsters transformed with potions. Okay, which direction was the pet shop? That's why there's not much humans here. They can buy a black kitty, a grey kitty, a puppy, and a burnt frog. Hello, my fellow kitties. Nim. Walk up to an enemy and use the name tag. You will need to set a new name tag. Buy one of those. Kitty buying a kitten. I would buy the kitten, but again, I'm saving my money for dragon. Although, if the mimic had been in the store, I may have gone ahead and bought the mimic instead. The toad's disturbingly like the previous king. Wait, can you transform to dragon? I didn't see a dragon option. Did I already talk to you, Bernard? You didn't see a dragon option yet. Correct. Hello, Calvin. Sorry, did you say something? I'm so bored I almost fell asleep. Listen, do me a favor, bring me a book to read, would you? I can't get caught sleeping on duty again. What kind of book do you want? Something to keep me awake? Maybe something funny? Look for a joke book if they have one. Thanks, citizen. I'll be here, like always. Good day to you, Clover. Hey, Lucia, how you doing? Well, I was looking through the town archives the other day and I came across this old treasure map. I thought I'd try my hand at finding the treasure marked on it, though unfortunately I simply don't have the time to complete it. Can I have the treasure? Well, you do have the exploration skills for it, so maybe you'll have better luck than me. And after all, what good is a lost treasure without an explorer to find it? If you'd like to take a crack at it, the treasure looks to be located on the ascent along the road to Dragon's Meat, next to the bridge. Thanks, wish me luck. Excellent, I can't wait to see what you find. I mean, considering they have not given our character much in the way of backstory, my copium thought is that we are a dragon, just shapeshifted into a cat girl form. I mean, why else would Ilios sense dragon power in us? I need to make some treasure keys. And who is putting sand dollars in treasure chests? Wait, there's the sword. You bumped your head and forgot how to transform back. Ah, I can't attack as a kitty. So I can pick up items, but I can't swing a weapon to get down there. Glide cave. Bump 2 times to remember how to go back. I mean, I could be like that, I could be like that, baby dragon that likes the grumpy miner dude. Kitty, you scratch. It should have let me use Scratch. I mean, if Racer can use a sword, I should be able to use a sword. So I'm just going to be continually swapping back and forth to kittiness. Who needs to fight monsters when I can be adorable? Sword wielding cat. Now that's menacing. We are the menacing adorableness. Apparently, I've not actually come around here cleaning up the map for a while. They need to give me a shovel so I can dig up all these fruit plants and take them home with me. No monkeys. I ignore you. Just imagine Puss in Boots. An aspiration to all cats to someday learn to be bipedal. I was thinking Meowth from Pokemon, but... So, like, I don't remember Meowth having a, evolutionary requirement, so... And Antonio Banderas has the voice. I'm definitely not capable of making a voice like that. The joy of the, no damage option. You get to collect all the things for free. Yes. Meow. Enemies? What's that? Can I eat them? Oh, I need a key. Well, at least there was one free. Did I see berry bush? I'll eat the mana. Eat the blueberry seeds. Exploration skill tome, which I will hold on to for now. Sandstone. Yes, they are not worthy of my acknowledgement, for cats are supreme. Dragons and kitties, my two favorite things. I will be back for you. It will probably be a very long time because those keys are expensive. I am small and nimble. And I got a lot of berries. You can't eat the berries either. Okay, so all you can do is pick up items and consume the potion that transformed you into a cat. I would have preferred to be able to do all the things, but I'm still small and adorable. I wonder if there's a limit to how many pets I can buy. Can I just like buy all the cats? And then if anyone asks why I have so many cats, I'm like, but this is an orphanage. All of these cats will eventually grow up to be cat people just like me. Yes, kitty village. I think I'm gonna have to drop the transformation. Hello, kitty. I didn't even know I lost this. Thank you so much. Kitty uses this at night to help her sleep sometimes. Cat food or fish? Well, since I can make the animal food soon, Cow plushie. Cowfax. Cow makes the best plushie. My sword, oh thank you. I can't know how important this is to me. Just holding it takes me back to a time when I was a brave young knight. Bar's forgotten what voice I gave him, and I do not want to keep doing it. It's not great on my throat. Kitty Kudata. Yes. Kitty supremacy. I know. Can't plant us a kitty. Here we go. You will not stop me from being a cat. I'm gonna have to walk to let my mana regen. I was gonna put a crafting bench there, but if instead I can just... Okay, increase max mana for bulletin board. Pen pal letter, which I haven't found any use to this. But then I haven't, you know, it hasn't been the 4 weeks yet. On the other hand, increase to attack and magic. Ah. Quest making me be human. Rude. The epic battle fantasy kitty is literally God in that universe. Epic battle fantasy. As it should be. Meow. I wonder if we can set up a barn to put all our crafting material in, like in Stardew. Save us some space. Did they just design the cat to wear a Goku outfit? Oh, kitty deserves better. Yeah. And how many are there? Only 4 things of treasure from her here, or are there more? I wonder if the elves are mad at me for cutting down their trees yet. Hey, what tree? It's my tree now. Eat food now. Okay. Have a good nom. A good nom's food. So the exploration perk where you can occasionally pick up multiple items works with the monotones sometimes. Copper sword? Copper sword. Authority has a copper sword. It is slow as mud and I need something better. And I just haven't been invested in leveling my combat ability. I suppose, now that I can... There was an elite down here earlier. Where'd he go? Just despawn because I didn't fight you before. I don't remember what I was thinking now. Whoops. Just gonna cut down all the trees. So it's 10 logs per. $10 logs are worth 30 gold. That is not the most efficient conversion. Because it takes 200 gold to buy a tree. What's that, Shakabi? Should now be able to return to being cat. The cat god pick. It's small and adorable. Curiosity must be satisfied. Display. What was the sound? When I brought up the browser to watch a video, it auto played a video that I watched the other day. Thankfully, it wasn't too far into the thing, so... Since it was just laughter, I definitely should not get a copyright strike for that. Just that tongue. Wait. Why are my raspberries? Why are you over here? That is not where you belong. The derpy unicorn person can go over here. I can stay there. Cat reign supreme. Done. Leafy. Do not need wooden torches. It is not that dark. I ate too much bread. Oh. Do I want to go bother with the quest? I suppose I should. I will eat more bread. What kind of bread? Is it like plain toast? Was it soft and fluffy things? Jewish rye from a bakery. With a bunch of fruit spreads. Hello, Anne. Oh, that was pretty fast, all things considered. Alright, a deal's a deal. You can borrow my stone for now. Just let me know how it works, by the way. I was promised it could translate any language after all. Not that it would necessarily do anything for me. Across all of my travels, I picked up a lot of different languages. As it turns out, many talks. So it is good bargaining. You can give her money for a gold bed. Or are they saying you can buy the gold bed? You can buy the gold bed. I've eaten half a big loaf. Oh no. The gold bed is cheaper than the watering cans. Yes, but less useful. I'm assuming that it's in case you romance Anne. She'd probably really like a golden bed, but I'm sorry, but what? Not only does a Stone of Tongues actually exist, Anne is planning on selling it? I'm sorry, just give me a moment to wrap my head around this. Forgetting about it. Let's see if this magic rock actually works. Plant a seed inside your bed, grow a dream inside your head. Sleep in soil rich and dark, leaves coiled up in bedtime bark. Well, at least now we know what it says. Maybe someone can give us context. Go talk to the elf again. As to the stone, I'll take it back to Anne for you. I'd have to give her my thoughts on her business plan. Oh, why would you do that? Anne never said we had to give it back in a timely fashion. We could have kept it for ages. Must be a gold-plated bed only. Golden bars aren't... I don't think they're worth that much in the game. Hello, Edwin. Back again, farmer. What's this? You figured out your Nilvari text hit, huh? So what did it say? Well, your mysterious Nilvari text is nothing but a common elven lullaby. My mom and pop used to sing it to me every night to lull me off to sleep. I could tell you what I think it means, but that'll cost you. Let's say this. I got a tab open with Mari for my drinks. She's been on me lately about paying it off. You could pay off my tab for me and explain everything. Simple, right? What's that, hun? Did Edwin really con you into taking care of his tab for him? Well, I won't stick my nose into your business or anything like that. All I'm really concerned with this is tab gets taken care of, really. If you're really gonna do it, then it's all the same to me. Well, here's the thing, dear. It isn't how much he owes, it's much as what he owes. When Edwin opened the tab with us, instead of paying in coin, he promised he'd cultivate some special elven grapes as payment. Elven grapes? That's right, it's grapes. I wanted to try my hand at fermenting my own wine. So, the aspect of doing that with some special elven grapes was very exciting. Sadly, since opening the tab, he's failed to grow even a single vine for me. You're a farmer, so I guess maybe you can handle it instead. Makes no difference to me who grows them. At least, I just want my grapes. Let me see about that. Mari's a good person, but humans can be pretty gullible. Of course I promised to grow her some grapes. I just forgot to mention I don't know how to grow them. It was an honest mistake, really. You're the farming type, ain't you? Well, let's see if you can sort it out then. Back in my home village, there's also had a saying. In common speak, it translate. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. What do you think? Yeet. Just take these grape seeds and grow them at your farm. Don't worry, farmer. They're magical elven grapes. They'll only take a single night to grow. Alright, I'll give it a try. It just said humans were gullible. I'm not sure I want to trust him with my grapes. 45. You want to get scratches from Kitty? Wrong move, bud. Should be the Meowth vengeance. Shum, shum. Well, oof. See if I have enough grow spots. I think I probably should. Yeah. And now I have to go water them all. Or do I? How did you not aim correctly? So I should have paid attention to whether or not that gave me farming XP and how much. So it gave me 45 seeds, but I didn't actually need 45 seeds. Ah! Well. That's interesting. Slightly concerning, but interesting. And we will end the day early. We slips. $2,000 gold, right? Side hustles. Trees are in the way. They remove. The grapes are dead. They didn't survive the night. Despite what Edwin said, something went wrong. Maybe he knows more. And now I gotta clean them all up. The cleaning them up bit is it'd be better if I could clean it up with the scythe. Very carefully, because I don't want to harvest my roses. Which I have totally done before. Now I clean them up manually, that's annoying. Game, if you're gonna make me clean it up, can't I use the scythe? Or just, like, give me a little bit more XP for it? Something. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. One, two, three. I wonder if they'd let me smack him and scare him the way Genshin does. You know, just cast a skill near them. Make them scared a little bit. Surely it'd be fun. Is that a shoe in my net? A golden boot. Weird ass thing in my net. Can I turn around and give it to Dan? It sounds like something that should be in the museum. Oh yeah. Yes. Cheaper. A boot of solid gold. One man's treasure is into the man's treasure? Sell the extra copper sword because I forgot to do that yesterday. Go, what are these little things? It's rare judging by the color. There is a thing in the mines, I think, that is just a collection of all gold stuff. You're working hard, I can see it in your wallet. But I can tell that you've been getting more confidence to you, which is commendable. Now, I don't do handouts, but I can appreciate another small business owner. Consider it a loan. Pay me back by shopping at my store. A small money bag. You know, I have my share of drinking buddies, but you're someone that seems to just want to talk. Thought it was kind of annoying at first, but hey, maybe you grew on me a bit. You can buy me a drink anytime, farmer. Attention all customers, I am writing to inform you that the Sunhaven Farming Store now carries rare Elven grapes thanks to a new supplier. That's sus. To the museum to see if it's one of the golden museum items. If it's not a museum item, then it's probably meant to be a gift to Anne. I could see her going, oh, I lost this. Okay, so it is not part of this bundle. But golden milk. Yeah, there we go. Golden milk, our newest cow fact. Cows produce golden milk if they love you enough. Sometimes, even more rarely, you'll get a golden egg. And if it's winter, you can get some golden wool from your cow. I have no idea how, but... Okay, that's all of the flowers. It takes nice. Alchemy bundle. I guess I pushed the mana potion away. Don't tell me that's actually supposed to go in the fish area. It does not. So it is literally just a random gold item. Okay. I do appreciate something worth 500 gold. That's a fifth of the price for the dragon. Have I earned any rewards? Bonus health. Community tokens. Useless piece of armor. Right. I was gonna go talk to Edwin. I was like, what was I doing? Yeah, at least they'll let you into the tavern immediately, and it's not like, hey, you gotta wait until nighttime. Well, hello, farmer. Let me guess. You got more grapes than you can carry, and you're ready to pay off that tab. Planted the grapes, but they died. What happened? Eh? Is that so? Eh? Well, you know, now that I think about it, those grapes need more than just water. You have to infuse them with some manners, too. Do you mean mana? Yeah, that's what I said. Manners. Manners. Can't have those unruly grapes just taking over your hard farm. That's why I can't grow the stinking things. With you being able to talk of the town with your fancy sun dragon to listen, I thought you'd know just what to do. But, ain't that life how it goes? So you want to learn how to infuse manas? Maybe the Archmaster or Archmaze or whatever you call her. You know. The red-haired human girl. If anyone could help you out, I bet it's her. I know it ain't me. I'll go see Lucia then. Lucia, are you in the town hall or are you somewhere else? I should probably stop jumping. Preserve the mana for the infusions. But will it let me do it as a cat? Good day, Clover. How goes your effort in finding the way to Navari? I haven't thought to ask. Oh, you need my help? With infusing mana? That is somewhat unexpected request, although you are searching for a hidden elven city, so maybe it isn't so expected after all. It does happen to be something I know about, and of course I will help you understand how it works. If you'd meet me in my office at Town Hall, I would be happy to teach you that about it. Lucia? Lucia, sweetie, this is where we are. I have some small business to take care of at the moment, so please just wait in the Town Hall lobby and I will receive you when I'm ready. Hello, are you ready to learn about mana infusion? Thank you for helping me. Don't mention it. I help you to help me help Sunhaven. Get it? Now, let me start by putting it like this. Mana exists in every living thing. Every plant and animal, even you and I. Whenever you cast a spell or use magic, you draw on the mana inside of you to power the act. Does it make sense? Well, when you cast a spell, you pull mana up through you and release it in the form of a spell you've chosen. I understand. Just don't think about it too hard. Mana is a natural part of everything. And for those of us like you and I, it is an extension of our very essence. I'm sorry. I hope I'm explaining it correctly. I'm trying to remember the things my grandfather told me when he trained me. You'll do just fine. Thank you for the vote of confidence. My grandfather left a legacy of knowledge that I plan to continue. When it comes to infusing mana, imagine it like casting a spell, but without the part where you discharge the energy at the end. Instead, draw the mana up through you and hold it. Life is a sponge and mana is water, so when you draw mana up, life around you will naturally draw that mana in. I'm not sure I understand. I thought it might be a little difficult to understand. It's okay, Clover. I think you'll find it easier to grasp if you actually give it a try. Here, do you see the potted plant? It's long since wilted, but with mana you can revitalize it. Try and see if you can concentrate your mana to infuse the plant. I know it is a very large concept, but try to think of it like smooth motion of a simple task. Like swinging your axe or maybe like pushing a button. You'll know if it worked, believe me. Now, try your focus. Infuse. Wow, you did it! So quickly too. I guess I shouldn't be surprised, but I can't help myself. Done. That's all there is to it. And that's the basic idea, yes. Infusing mana is more than just a menial task though. It's a sharing of energy and life. At least that's what my grandfather said about it. And he was right about that. Mana is energy. If you're feeling low, eating food is a great way to refuel. So if you ever plan on using a lot of mana, be sure to bring plenty of food. Have you ever watched a group of people work at casting a spell and then break for a snack? There's so many dirty plates afterwards. The last thing I will share is that a single mana infusion will not drain much of your mana, but be aware that multiple infusions can very quickly add up. If I had to estimate how much energy one infusion takes, I'd say 5 mana. Make sense? Thank you. Excellent. Here, I want you to have these. They're mana potions. They'll help keep your mana full even as you expend it. They were certainly a big help to me when I was learning. Good luck! Alright, I remember now. That's why I didn't take the mana potion with me to go give it to the museum, because I was gonna use it. Take 2, speak to Edwin again. Edwin. Questy Westy says talk to you. I'm going to make special teas this afternoon. Oh? What kind of teas are you making? Hello again, farmer. What's that look in your eyes? Did the Archminister... Did the Archminister teach you all about mana infusing? Good. I suppose you're ready to try growing those grapes again, eh? Lucky for you, I have more seeds right here. Best of luck this time. Right, thanks. I totally believe in you. A special herbal tea. Like a mana potion. Now, this mana potion is purple. But most games have mana potions as blue. Is your tea gonna be blue or purple? Mine will be green. Ooh. You can have 4 green beans, you can have a wooden table. Sounds like it'll be pretty. What flavor will it be? And how do you make it green? No, I must once more be human. Well, Amari, not human, but you know. Yeah. It'll taste like plants. Specific plant. Well, as long as you enjoy drinking it, or it gives you the benefit you're looking for. And so technically, all teas should taste like plants. I wonder if I actually have to water them if all they need is infusions. But I would just name those plants. I don't actually know if I need to water the plants. Apparently. Basic ginseng, for example. So you're using a mix of things and you're not exactly sure what the flavor would taste like? Just that it'll be green. Does it naturally end up green, or are you adding something to make it look green? Infuse, infuse. It'll taste like a weed. That doesn't really sound pleasant. Are you doing it for a health benefit then? You said a mana potion, so I'm assuming for energy. Did anybody get missed? You got there and you got there. Got a lot of wheat. There's relating mana to spirituality. This tea helps me be spiritual. It's great for spiritual endurance and makes me more social. I find that last one the most interesting. My social battery tends to be a tiny little thing. Nothing there. Keep rechecking because I keep forgetting whether or not I've donated something to the museum. But I am pretty sure the butterfly wing is new. Tough luck, go away. Also, come back. Right, I was going to the museum. Totally didn't forget that in just 30 seconds. It's like you're giving a much more focused lens to view life with, so you aren't thinking about 10 different things rather than just one. And spiritually is about simplicity. Okay. Harvest grapes, travel northern. Carrots, onions, meat. Hi, Liam. You mean social interactions are about simplicity, spirituality, or thinking about many different things at once? In the general store, please. I'm sleepy, my brain is unloading. Well, go to bed, Shakabi. Get some good sleeps. Basic wallpaper, are you worth 400 gold? And was that all the meat Sola needed? Okay. You refuse to go to sleep yet? Oh, I suppose you're holding on until, the dragon, right? It's a tiny little dragon. Hey, you. Tell me how much wood is worth. 25 apiece. Damn. Okay, somebody's toy. Don't know whose. Giving me the money for my dragon. I will explain the social part. Thank you. I'm a social because I focus my attention entirely on one person and interact with them more personally than I could without it. Usually I am thinking about a lot of different stuff at once. And a conversation doesn't have 100% of my focus. Does that make sense? It does. Thank you for explaining. Do people have a hard time with that as a concept, though? It was a nice explanation. Seems perfectly understandable. People are ignorant and arrogant. Yeah. And quick to judge. Yes. Unfortunately, people are frequently all of those things. I do try not to be, but I also don't mind, we can all get better. Yes. I don't mind people, telling me new things and helping me learn new things. Zoom, zoom. Sharing things is a big part of my personality, and so is teaching. But it's hard to find people who will listen. Hold on to that. Sorry. I'm glad you feel comfortable sharing. I think frickin' that is much better than the other wallpaper. You get to stay. I'm gonna end the day early so I can get closer to dragons. It is not too early to sleep. You can fix that really fast. I keep seeing the crows on this and thinking that they're things I need to scare off. Do not go to sleep yet. We must get to Dragon Day. I mean, I'll go ahead and cut down some more stuff. That way the time's not wasted, but it'll go faster so I get closer to my pet dragon. The sound of the wood chopping is a little hypnotic if it's turned down low enough. What is my combat skill? 18. Level 9 bars. Would you say that you have a cryptic way of speaking? No? I don't think so. Maybe you don't notice it. Well then, feel free to point it out. I mean, sometimes I just get distracted mid-sentence and then I stop. It certainly isn't an intentional. Protective? Can I make the jam maker? Not a bad thing. Okay. Usually I talk then regret later. I actually don't talk a whole lot in my day-to-day dealings with people. So talking in streams is usually me trying to learn better communication skills. I have had people ask me if I was angry at them because I don't talk a whole lot, and it's like, I tend to just not say something if I don't have, you know, anything new to say. I think you have really great communication. Thank you. Who said that? Most recently, my best friend's mother. She's always asking if I'm mad at her because I don't want to talk. And I'm like, okay, but you've told me this story like a dozen times already. I have nothing to add to the conversation. And like, if I was angry, I wouldn't bother listening to a repeat story. You know the feeling? That's the reason I started to watch streams, to practice speaking to people again. I was never good at it in particular. A lot of people just don't pick up on subtlety. I don't think I'm all that subtle. I don't pick up on, I think I'm okay at picking up on sarcasm. But I also tend to take things fairly literally. Which is definitely a thing to practice not doing. Can I make the jam maker now? But you speak with subtlety. That's what I meant by cryptic. Interesting. Let's see, 100 stone for sugar. I definitely don't have any sugar. It's interesting. Definitely not something I would have picked up from my own perspective of how I see things. Sometimes it's just like, I don't know if a thing I will say will make someone else uncomfortable, so try to pause and reword it. Mini grapes. Oh, yeah, that's a learned skill because I didn't want to make other people uncomfortable with sharing personal information and stuff. And it's not really one I think about a whole lot. Bead. Let's attack that. Finish in 2 days. These are any season plants, and I'm going to relook at them. Anyways, I'm starting to get spiritually tired. Alright. If you'd like to just lurk, you're free to lurk. If you need to go and rest up and do take care of yourself. I intend to end, I intend to go through to get the dragon, and then I will be calling it a day. I still need to eat lunch and get ready to go watch a movie. You watching the Robo Monkey? Yes. I'm watching Transformers. Partly because it looks really cool. Partly because my mom really loved the Transformers Beast Wars cartoon. So watching it, it'll be a very, very different storyline, but it will still be nostalgic to see the Beast Formers. The cartoons were nice. Yeah, I have a copy of the DVDs for those somewhere. A little useless fact, I never go watch movies at cinema in your entire life. I'm usually more inclined to just wait for them to come out and watch at home. So movies are kind of expensive now. Very far from town. Okay. So going to watch a movie would be a huge time commitment for Shakopee. Yeah, this works faster. Should be able to now, but I don't know. Well, you have to factor in the time it takes to get to the location, the money it will take, you know, in transportation fees, how much the movie will cost. Whether or not you'll be comfortable with the amount of people who will also be there. Do I want to progress the quest? And are you any good at sneaking snacks? Because, you know, a lot of theaters are like, no, do not bring your own snacks. But if you're sneaky, you can bring your snacks. And then not pay an exorbitant amount. Because for us, watching in the cinema is a family bonding experience. We usually do separate things, but if someone wants to see this movie, the whole family goes. Aw, that's really sweet, Ben. Yeah, I usually only go to theaters if someone else I know wants to go watch it as well. Because otherwise, you know, money. When I was little, I only watched a couple of movies with my parents. Or did I? I know I went to one with my aunt and uncle. But didn't have a lot of money. And a movie for, you know, 3 people. Wasn't always, you know, movies were fun, but it wasn't always an expense we could justify. And, you know, a movie for 3 people could be like, could have been like a week's worth of gas for Dad to go to work. I mean, it probably wouldn't be enough for a week worth of gas now because gas prices are quite a bit higher than they were, you know, when I was a little bit. Would it be better if I saved the money and bought Elden Ring instead? It's repeatable enjoyment. Or if it's a movie you really want to see, then you can just, you know, buy a DVD of it or a Blu-ray and then watch it repeatedly. Don't know how much of this was stay tilled between now and summer, but we'll see. I remember what I was going to do with these. I was going to move them and do more beehives here. The season won't change monthly? No, it does. When it rolls from the 28th to the 1st, it becomes summer. But some of the crops are multi-seasonal. Like the wheat. The reason I didn't mind planting the wheat is because it's a multi-seasonal crop. Okay. You're all getting moved to the side, even if it slows honey production. And at least when you bring up this, when you untill the ground to take away what you've planted, you get back the seeds. I mean, those roses were fully grown plants. There's no reason for them to be fully grown. Beehive, beehive, flowers. Why is that part cannot be soiled? Yeah. Like, nah, you can't till that. More roses. Provides a small amount of mana regen permanently. How long have I had that? No idea. It's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Okay, I can plant that there. Then I'll be able to put another beehive right there. Even though it doesn't look tilled, it still lets me put down the flower. So it's just, I guess it's just the shade from the cliff here. And I'm happy that the flowers, unless you're growing a different type of honey, they can share a border. There is literally zero reason to till the land the beehive was going on, except that I like the way it looks. I'm not entirely sure what this plant here is. Morgan! Welcome in! And welcome, raiders! Hello, Meishing! Viking raid. Capricious Collector. Let's see if I can get my shout out command to work for once. See, strangely enough, it worked the other day when Zupa did it, but it didn't seem to want to work for me. Did it work? I don't think it worked. Okay. Apologies for that not working. Twitch, I already follow Morgan. It did work? Oh! Yay! It was just really laggy. It's a slash command. Oh, I thought it was an exclamation command. Oh. Oh, Thank you, Zupa. I didn't... I unlocked a kick. If you have a bot. I have the Stream Elements bot. El Zupa Norval. I'm starting to think if I have questions, I should just ask Zupa for help. But then I feel like I might be annoying. Okay. Maybe you didn't set up the shoutout command on it yet. I thought I did, but I might have done it wrong. But hello Morgan, what were you streaming today? I saw there was a poll up on Twitter, but I'm not sure what one. Animal Crossing! Are you collecting your favorite characters yet? Or are you just now working on clearing the map? It's been over a year since I played Animal Crossing. I've forgotten how to play. Still in the beginning stages. I will have to remember to go watch the VOD later. Started an island just for Morgan. Ooh. I'd be interested to see how you managed to make it Viking themed. I wanted to stop by, see how you're settling. I saw you were busy working with real fire in your eyes. 3-page letter. Lucia. Oh. Because roots. Okay. 3 flowers. Do you know who you're going to pick for your villagers yet? Oh. Thank you for the follow, Meishing. You know, Vic will be one. Gotta go sleep. Thank you for the stream. Alright. Good night then. I hope you have good dreams. And I hope tomorrow goes really well for you also. Not sure of the others, but I did just pick up Poppy from the first Nook Miles ticket. Because of Viking Bowl. We do pick up cat people? Meow. I have him for Morgan on my island. I've thought about looking for the amiibo cards just to get all the fox and the cat and the wolf people. Gabby is holding him hostage. What are you ransoming for him? I have. Wait, I can put the wheat over here. Can't grow kiwi. That's spring only. Also spring only. I actually just watered this just for the sake of watering it. I mean, I'm planning on getting Aldi off of my other island if you want her, and I have Raymond Amiibo. I deleted my island a while back because I built waterfalls for everything, and eventually the noise it made got too loud. I couldn't take it. Trying to remember who I had. I try to be very sparse when I make waterfalls. That is an excellent decision. Actually, currently kind of wishing that I had waited until I bought a capture card so that I could record the island first before deleting it. Because I only have a couple of screenshots on the Switch left. I had made a hidden graveyard with because I had been playing Dragon Quest Builders 2 around the same time, and I was trying to style my island similar to how I would have had the island I made for that game. And I've just realized I have a controller for that I can use on the PC, so I can play that again. I never could quite get the textures I wanted to use for ground tiles right to look like to look like some of the more ashen, barren, in need of healing areas. My OG island that I've had since the beginning was actually called Graveyard. I'm going for subtle horror with my newest flattening. Are you completely flattening everything, or... and then rebuilding it back? Check the beach yet? I did not check the beach yet. Want to see a potion I picked up earlier today? I can't fight with it, but I can look very adorable. Kitty! Mostly, I built out most of the terraforming in 3D already, so I'm going off what, so I'm gonna save my wrists. Yes, I am adorable little kitty now. In this form, you can only like pick things up. So I can pick up crystals, I can pick up fruit. I can talk to people and they'll acknowledge that I'm a person. That kitty looks like you. Yeah. I actually don't know if the color of the kitty will change based on your own appearance or not. So the NPC for this only showed up at like day 23, I think, or 24. Well, hello there, Dr. Sir. He has hair very similar to mine. We could be related. I like cooking for big meals for myself if you count that. I usually make too much though. Say, I should give you some leftovers next time. That sounds great. I bet you're a fantastic cook. Don't take my word for it. Bring me some potatoes and I'll make a great egg hash. Crap, I put the potatoes away. Because I was carrying potatoes earlier. If you give him an apple, he will be very upset. He's like, thanks for the gift, but do you know how many apples I get a day? A raspberry. Well, surprises are always nice. So not his favorite fruit. I don't know what else he likes gift-wise, but he is one of the romanceable characters. Yum. And tomorrow in-game is the Lantern Festival where I will be able to buy my first little dragon pet. I'm adding another farming sim to my wish list. 25 blocks, okay. Copper chest plate, so I guess so. Yes, this game has dragons and it makes me very happy. It also has a pet shop. Oh, looky kitty plushie. Oh, I want it. Which way to the pet shop? But I'm saving my mini though, cause dragon. And today's pet shops are a red penguin, despite it couldn't shiver, a spotted bunny, and an orange bunny. Now, saving my mini, right? But if it had been a black bunny and a white bunny, I'd have bought them. For the reference. Remind me later, Morgan, to get your Steam profile from you. Once a week you can interact with that and get some increased magic. You too, Gabby. Thank you. I mean, unless you decide you're not comfortable with it. I won't actually force anyone to give me their Steam account profile or you know what I mean. Friendship ID. I will never say no to more friends. So one of the things I like about Sunhaven is there's no stamina bar. So you can do all your farming and your mining and your watering. Brr. At least until your watering can runs out and you need to go refill it. And my experience bar is still increasing even though I'm just watering blank tiles. Alright, did I get the golden pomegranate? I did, and I haven't found it yet. And I'm not doing anything clever here, sharing the exploits. It's not an exploit. It's a design choice. This is a snack-kun. He's a big fluffy chunker boy. There are several of them, and you have to feed them to get them to move. And then they'll just move a little bit and go right back to sleep, so... To me, they kind of look like a Snorlax crossed with a recolored Totoro. These are harvestable with a sufficiently powered axe. They do respawn. I don't know if any of them respawn on the forest. Not forest, we're in the forest. If they respawn on the farm. If you actually do want tips, then these small bunny bags, they're worth 75 if you sell them. But if you... hit my mic and I didn't mean to. If you wait until you get the exploration perk secret compartment, you can hold on to them and get more money out of them. Bonus money. Usually you get one, but there is a perk to get the chance at getting two. Monotomes to increase your max mana, because there are spells. Treasure chest! The spell I have on Q is a fire spell. I was just here the other day. How did so many money bags start spawning when I wasn't around? Money! Pure money, nothing else. Let me go back to... You know, if you've played Stardew Valley, the basic mechanics of the day-to-day isn't too different. There is a storyline, and you can almost completely ignore it. Sometimes it's better to just progress the story quest, because if you don't, you can walk into a cutscene. And then otherwise, you have You have the character customization at the start where you can choose, you know, how you look, and you can choose your species. And each species has its own bonus. There are classes, like fighter, farmer, farmhand, baker, but they don't really matter. They just change what free items you start with at the beginning. Or if they ever become referenced later, I haven't encountered it yet. Could always be that I just haven't encountered it yet. And I forgot I'd watered the plot, and I wondered why it was so dark. You do start, nicely enough, you do start out with this whole backpack. You don't have to unlock anything about it. Oh, the chest you gotta make yourself, though. I kind of feel like I was supposed to be crafting something and I don't remember what. The Brain Grape's dead one. Nether bars. Copper plate. One copper plate. Let's see. Ornheart just wants logs. Table. Flour, green beans. What do you give me? I'm not sure you give me anything worth it, but 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The quests you get off the request board, they do seem to last a little longer than the Stardew Valley ones do. The big chest you said was gonna come for later? The Sunite key, right. I don't have enough, I've got enough Sunite ore that I can craft it, but I don't have enough fire crystals. Go see what it takes to make the key. Thank you for the reminder. 4 bars. And then it takes 2 fire crystals apiece. 2, 4, 6. All but it takes up all but one of my crystals. Luckily, I already did that one quest that gave me a free bar, so 1, 2, 3. And this is why I need to write down a list of what I'm doing, because I will forget. Memory? What's that? Can I eat it? I feel that. If you want to make the game easier for yourself, you can choose to make your day cycle, it defaults to 20. You can make it harder by making it 15, or you can increase how easy it is by making it a 40-minute day. Especially in a farming sim or something with a lot of side quests and NPCs. Yeah. I mean, you got the quest list, but sometimes I just book it. And then you can pause during dialogue, disable the help tips if you want. I don't really know what reset progress does, but I don't want to find out. Seasonal pests, seasonal crop effects, which you can turn off. Which the only reason I know about this is because I saw I have a thing where Reddit sends me an email every morning, and for some reason, even though I've never looked at the Sunhaven subreddit before this, it decided to start sending me emails about it. So I have seen that there are seasonal crop effects if you have this turned on. And you can turn on invincible mode. Which I do. Because I do not like taking damage if I don't have to. I am just a small little cat person. The monsters are big and scary. Some of them are very big. Yeah, there are some that throw bananas. And if you kill them, sometimes they drop the bananas. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do with those bananas after the fact, but I have been informed that you can safely, if you decide to get, farm animals that you don't really need a barn for them, that you can free roam them. And if you get a quest that asks you to grow a crop, except for, and unless you get one right at the end of the season where you literally won't have time to grow it, the quest itself will always give you time to grow the crop you need. Assuming you have the money for it, of course. Now day's 28, it'll be the Lantern Festival. It starts after 9 p.m. And then the first day of summer. Which I will do, and then Shakabi can go sleep. Very stubborn about that. I can speed it up to a 15-minute day. If you need me to. And it's plenty of time to go water all my crops. I think I still need to post the VODs for this up on YouTube. I've mostly been posting the Star Rail VODs and then forgetting that other things exist. And I would also recommend, when you decide to play, to not skip the intro cutscene. I mean, I don't think you would the first time you do it. And it doesn't have a huge effect on your gameplay, but it will have some effect on your gameplay. Occasionally, the choices you pick actually matter. Which I was surprised by. And I either need to look up on YouTube how, something I chose, an option that I didn't choose to see how it turned out. And if you want the If you want these big rocks gone or those big things of wood, you need the adamant tier weapons. How to get a good ending. Well, I'm assuming they're gonna force you to have the good ending. But if they don't, there's always Sundown. Which I will probably be playing every Thursday until I manage to beat it. I really don't understand how the people on Steam say it only took them 70 minutes to do. I suppose I should go give some people their quests. 4 green beans. Didn't someone want onions? It's 25 logs, not 10. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Double check it was 4. And 1, 2, 3, 4. And then counted it out because... What are you? Shimmer root. Okay. Oh, I should also... That's also something else I should do. Museum bundle. I cannot remember what I have already put into the museum bundle. So I will be looking at the mods for the game and seeing just because I've been told there is a mod for the museum to tell you what you've already donated. And I desperately need that one. If I can't forget it, I'm gonna forget it. Albert's Pastime Sunnight Bar. He wants a Mether Helm. Wants a pufferfish. Yet I don't know if there's a pufferfish. That is a nice addition to the quality of life. It is. I'm hoping someday they'll add it as just like a default. But will mods disable achievements? That's a good question. I don't know. I haven't looked that up yet, and I guess I should. Okay, where to? Where to? Catherine has a quest for me? I swear I can be organized sometimes. I suppose, since you're the only farm in town, I thought you could help me out. What do you need? I need to grow cinnaberry for me. But nobody has a free plot of dirt. What do I need to do? I have new kind of fertilizer. Okay, I'm pretty sure cinnaberry seeds are spring only. So she's going to be waiting on her crops for a very long time. Hello, Tanya. Do you like it? No wonder you're a great career. You have a great attitude. Being tired makes me happy. I never feel better than when my muscles are all sore from a really good workout. Spring is ending soon, right? Yes. Yeah, she gave me the quest on the last day of spring. She will be waiting a very long time for that. But it's not a limited time quest, so it's fine. So there were at least 4 things that I can grow in spring that are part of the summer bundle. Where's the spring bundle? There it is. I need another pepper. Okay. But at least I cleared out a good chunk of what was in my inventory. If the mods do disable achievements, I will either I will just have to make a checklist in Google Docs and then hope I don't get too distracted. Hey. Talk to Sophie. Turn into Ronald. Both are over there. And then I will just need to hope that I actually remember to use the checklist. Those are the beans I asked for. I doubt they'll make me stronger, I just wanted to eat some. Fishing, farming, combat. I will be taking money, thank you. So the farmer is the first to show. The armor you bought looks well made. This should stop the straw dummies from falling apart. So you're putting the army on the straw dummy. I wonder if there'll be a follow-up quest where we can actually see that. Turning the table to lamb. Also, I don't need to rush because it looks like my my movie time slot got pushed back for the people who I was going to go watch it with. It's alright. Zoom, zoom. Liam, where did you go? Hello, Emma. My toy! Farmer saves the day. Thank you. Yeah, I'll go at a later date. Oh, later in the day, not later date. So you want me to stay? Of course, we're friends. I want all of my friends to stay. Okay, then I'll stay. Yay, yay! I'm telling Lee and Emma that I got you to stay. Now we can all play games forever. What do you like about Simon Hyman? I like Liam's friend Lester. He's silly. Why is he silly? I don't know. He's just silly. He's good at games and playing too. Oh, hi. What is the table for? Oh, right, my flyer. I didn't think anybody would actually come through. Here, as promised. Hi, I'm Kitty. Kitty, we've already met. Give a gift. Do I have a fish? I have a fish. Ew, this is the only fish I don't like. Well, I guess I need to make that sushi table. If it's cut up into sushi, she's not going to be able to tell. Anyway, I should be able to go into the bakery and buy sugar. Hello, I would like to buy sugar, please. Unless I actually go back to the general store. Hey, Jordan. 1, 2, 3, 4. I had a quest from someone for this, and I wonder next time if I just go buy it. They don't need to know I didn't make it. Well, I mean, unless the quest wouldn't update it if I didn't actually make it myself. Excuse me. Jam. No. Of course. Don't. Honks. Jam now, please. Transfer. Yeah, okay. Advanced fertilizer. I'll just have to come put it over here in the quest vault and hope I don't forget. Oh, and then where do I have the food stored? Right there. I could make a refrigerator and go put that in the house. I finished producing pretty quickly. Keg. Let's see what it takes to make the keg. 40 hardwood and 50 stone. No, I have to turn that into planks. Ooh. 20, 40, 60, 100. I get at least 2 kegs out of that. We most definitely need it. Let me go put the jam maker over here by the juice. And see what it requires. Oh, no, it actually requires sugar. Okay. Might need to make the too sugar. I might need to make the cooking pot or the baker station to make my own sugar. I am unsure. It's like I'm assuming that I can make my own sugar because I can make my own pet food. 1, 2. Noodles. The bag of sugar looks like massive. It doesn't show you carrying it as a cat. Yeah, that's fine. What else? Let's go back to being human and go try to fish a little bit. That was not intentional. Because I had intended to fish. What a rainbow trout. The fishing game is much easier than Stardew Valleys, I think. Yeah, I should clear that out to make the fishing easier. That surprised me because of how slow it was. I don't know why. I don't actually know any place where Heavystone respawns. But at least the heavy wood can respawn in the woods. Hopefully the crafting table doesn't take too long. I want my kegs. I was looking at the top of the screen because it tells you how many farm animals you have, how many fishing traps you have. And I was like, oh yeah, I should go see how to make the sushi. Sushi table. And despite all the water here on the beach, I've not actually seen any fish spawn on the beach part of the farm. So, but that might be seasonal. And you kind of gotta hope, right? Why would they give you a dock if there's no fishing to be done here? Many more hardwood. Fisher. Pulling the catch-up is a little slow. That fishy was fast. Increase the attraction radius. Treasure. No more fishy there. Ah, fishy over here. Oops. I also haven't seen any fishing in the mines yet. But I can't entirely say I would be surprised if there was. Oops. Dorado. And I make it up to Kitty later and give her something that's not a Dorado. down to the bottom. I don't know how to make cardboard. Sushi table. 5 carp, 4 iron. Fish grill. Any common fish. I've not been selling any of the fishies. Carp. I was holding on to all of them. Because I knew eventually you'd be able to cook them. Okay. Iron. I already... no. What I was supposed to take to coal to summon in the barracks. You no longer want it. Nathaniel does still want it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can all go back. Like, I swear I can be organized. I'll leave the blanks for now. Let's go find Nathaniel. Oh, might as well come up here and see if I have apples. .38 exploration. Okay, consuming a golden pomegranate increases max health and mana by 2 and grants 200 gold. Definitely more of an end game indulgence. I don't know if there's anything to respec how you put your points. The fishing game for this is much easier than Stardew. I honestly don't know if the fishy can run from you. I think I'm done fishing. Oh, more fishies. Come forth and become sushi. That was really far away. I'm going to make the sushi only out of Dorado and give them all to Kitty. Just to see what she says. A painted egg. That must have been a very uncomfortable cow. Bunny Day flashbacks. So the painted egg is the spring, a spring fishing. You only get it during the spring. But each season has at least one weird seasonal fishy fish. Why? I've forgotten what I came over here for. There's nothing in my inventory. I don't feel like progressing the quest today. I will do that next week. I guess I'll just talk to people. Hello, Lynn. Oh, hello, it's you again. It's good to see a face I actually recognize, especially after what happened on the train. What do you do here, Lynn? I'm a blacksmith, or I guess apprentice blacksmith. Solon is teaching me, but I've only just started training with him. I hope to be as good as him one day. I'm sure you'll become a master one day too. Oh, well, thank you. I'm sorry, compliments always catch me by surprise. You're very nice, you know. Where did you come from? I'm from a little village in the east, so I'm still learning to live in a big city. It's a lot to take in. I'm adjusting too. You'll get used to it in no time. Thanks. For now, I'm taking it slow. Bye-bye. I assume she likes farming related. Not farming related. I assume she likes mining related items. Really clever. Orange bunny. Dean. And a Pegasus. Are you writable? Kitty. Little kitty. Oh, he doesn't change his dialogue if you turn into a cat. Okay. Look. Galia snuck into the game. Into mine. You're unsure what the silent man is trying to tell you. These are cute, but not the same as a real pet. I don't think you can fish in the waterway over here. Ernest hum-de-dum. I love the town plaza. When I was a boy, my father and I would always take our morning walks across the cobblestone. Now I want to keep it nice and clean for future fathers and sons. Keep walking. Okay. Hello, Camilla. I could have sworn I talked to more people than apparently I have. And also apparently doing quests for them do not introduce you to them. Who's that? Say, I don't recognize your face. Oh, the farmer. That's right. Lucia told us there was someone moving in there. Good to meet you. I'm Judith. Well, hello there. I haven't seen you around. I'm Cynthia. It's a pleasure. Hello, Cynthia. I'm Clover. Why does the name sound familiar? Oh well, who knows. Come to me if you need a little help in romance. What are you selling? Bonding ring. A beautifully colored ruby set on golden chain increases vitality when worn. Requires combat level 10. So how is that? Who are you romancing with that? And you can just flat out buy fabric. I don't have to make it. Okay. Da da da! Here we go. Lucia! Let's go to the Lantern Festival. And because Sunhaven is all about dragons, of course there's a dragon. Welcome, everyone. I am honored to have you all gathered with me tonight. We are here to usher in the new season with a fire in our hearts, represented by the candles that will carry our wishes aloft in the sublime evening air. I can smell summer blowing in on the wind already. Have I mentioned that this is my absolute favorite event of the year? The beautiful lanterns, the promise of a bountiful season going forward. It fills me with hope. Now that you've all been so patient, let this year's Lantern Festival begin. Bernard, you may take it away. Yes, hello everyone. To prepare for the upcoming summer, it is crucial that we follow tradition. When everyone is ready, we will release our wish fountain lanterns at the same time. Most importantly, everyone must hold a true wish in their heart before releasing the lanterns. This will imbue the lanterns with energy for our guardian Elios, of course. Does this mean someone not doing this is what led to the bad timeline in Sundown? If the wind is favorable and the wishes are true, then we will have a prosperous summer indeed. And of course, thank you all for being here. Now let's have some fun! I see food! Hello, Solon. I'm not one for making wishes, but I'm also not one for breaking traditions. Yum. Hehehe. You wouldn't happen to be the farmer in this town, would you? That's right. How did you know? Hehehe. I didn't know. That's why I asked. I travel around these lantern festivals, selling a special companion to the farmers around each region. Really? What kind of companion? The kind you won't find anywhere else. I'm a dragon trader. I've traveled all the way from a distant land to spread these dragons across the world. He has something on his head. They love to help care for crops, so farmers are the folk who usually buy them. That's why I came here, looking for a farmer like you. How about taking a look, eh? Let me see the little guy. Bye. Can I... Yes. Display. Zoom in. It looks like he has a couple of little dragons around him. Zilla. Human celebrations are so weird. Why do you need to have a whole event just to throw a party? This would be a regular night in Weathergate. Darius. Is this what humans consider a celebration? Celebrations in Weathergate are far more grand than whatever this sad little display is. But I suppose you have to work with what you've got. I know who you are. And I only know who he is because of Sundown. Unfortunately, my leash is on the farm. Odd. These little festivals are cute, but don't get the excitement. All you do is light a candle in a paper bag, right? Emma, what are you going to wish for? Wait, never mind, don't jinx it. Elizabeth, did these wishes really come true? Really, really? Oh, hi. I baked some popovers for the event, but I forgot them. I hope Emma and Elizabeth won't be upset. I haven't tried the food yet, but it smells amazing. I love big events like this. With everyone gathered to celebrate, it reminds me of holidays growing up. I wish all my soldiers could be here. They deserve a night off. Then again, who knows what mischief they're getting into. I've never been part of such a warm community like this. I don't know what to wish for because I feel like I already have everything I need from this town. Aww. It's really nice. Okay. Food? Nothing rings in the new season like a nice bowl of noodles. Provides a huge amount of health permanently. Remaining 1. Spicy shrimp ramen. Mana permanently. Pork ramen. Mana. Regen. Okay, I want those, but... No wait. Someone else is selling something. Who? Bernard. Oh, wonderful you're here. No? What are you selling? Dude. That's really cute. And festival was a nice break from the norm. Somehow I initially read it as it's a nice break from people. I was like, oh no. What a lovely night to have a celebration. You look great in this light, Crimson. Have we met before? You know something? The festival isn't far off a holiday we celebrate in the eastern region. Except our lanterns sail away on boats instead of flying in the air. Donovan. Help! I stuck into the party and these little minions are chasing my tail. Can't talk, we gotta catch the dog. Mama's gonna be so happy when we bring a... No, Pod, he's a person! Mari, you look like you're having fun, darling. Giuseppe, careful with that festival food. It's easy to overeat when it tastes too good. And exactly what I'm wishing for. Don't ruin it. Hello? Will you talk to me? Nope. Okay, how about you, Emmett? Plushies! Someone was supposed to be selling trees. I just keep talking to everybody. Reminds me of summer nights in the southern islands. The days were hot, so everybody came out to socialize. I'm glad you made it. Did I already? I did. Are you selling? Lucia told me that we each get a wish tonight, but I don't really believe in that stuff. The Lantern Fester is my absolute favorite. Can you believe it? Rosa. Okay. Ooh. Hello, I didn't notice you down there. I've never been to a festival like this before. I'm already had 3 bowls of noodles. Excellent use of your time. What are you selling? Okay. Oh, there we go. Trees. I'm tempted to buy the food, but... I can't talk to Camilla. Yeah, we'll just buy as many of the plushies as... I want to buy the plushies, but I need to be able to buy seeds tomorrow. Okay, I buy the dragon. I buy little snuck. I buy the little sheep. And the tiger. And dog. Okay. And I will keep the rest for the next season. Let the event begin. I trust everyone has had plenty of time to enjoy themselves thus far. At this time, I would like to lead the event towards its finale, the wishing. We release these wishes not only with the hopes that they will come true, but also so their energy may combine with that of our guardian, Ilios the Sun Dragon. As the lanterns float past Dragon's Meet, Ilios will take in their wish energy and transform it into an immense blessing for Sunhaven. If we have enough wishes, we could be looking to an easy summer. This year, I want one person in particular to make the first wish. They have proven themselves to be a singular caring member of our community. Their self-love work has already pushed Sunhaven in the direction of progress. Crimson Clover? Of course I'm talking about you. Please no. You deserve to have the first wish, after which the rest of us will follow. Please release your wish lantern. But you said everyone should do their wishes together. The eyes got so big. Now everyone together, send your wishes into the sky. Dragon! Also, is this a location we can go visit? Because roller coasters. And Ferris wheel. Thank you, everyone. What a lovely nest site. I already feel quite optimistic. Now, everyone should feel free to return home and dream of the splendid summer that awaits. I'll see you all next season. Slowly formed the end. That would have been a good cutscene for the end. But it was adorable. Get Exploration XP, and I get to choose chick, chicken, rooster, or silly chicken. Well, of course it's gotta be silly. Polka dragon. Hello, dragon. Oh, he's adorable. Hopefully 5,000 gold is enough to buy some seeds for tomorrow. I don't actually know what the melon is supposed to cost. And we go to bed. And I hope you all have a wonderful, great rest of your day. Please remember to eat and hydrate. Get some nice stretches in. And get some good rest.